Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は、約10、12日目です。It is day 112. Today is the second half of the peak day because we kind of end up wearing this weird thing where coincidentally half the stuff are split up again. So that adds a little bit over half a day to the cycle. A little late start today. I was answering the rare video comment and a response this time, so I wanted to give the comment a fair shake. I do enjoy writing stuff, and if you're ever curious, occasionally there's a video comment, and the video comments tend to like to practice my English and writing when the opportunity strikes. I don't typically sound similar than my streaming, speaking dialogue and whatnot. So, anyways, with that aside, we had a few hang-ups, right? Yesterday? Yes. Have some weak ones. Let's get into those, shall we? We have attach and near. It was about approaches to learning characters. So I would like to say I have some thoughts about it now that we're already past 100 days into WaniKani and Hanzahiro. So attach and near. Um, what went down for this? What was the weak one? It's attach, right? Who? Being neighborhood. Then we have go. The video comment was about my favorite, easily the most ubiquitous topic that I have now, which is understanding kanji, acquiring kanji and hanzi. This was the stop because it's not tradition. It's one of the exceptions, and this is okona, okan, no, okono. To carry out something. Okay. And then we have fast or early. Early and fast. That's not. Wait. Yeah. That's fine. I think. A little disproportionate, but that's fine. And because this is also special. Okay. And it's the whole thing. It's a combination of things. I keep typing saku and soku in random 50-50 spurts. I should be a little bit more diligent about that. And then sa, which is at once. Okay. Then we have C or I and next. Got MAKU. Mokuji. Mokuji. Or Mokuji. Don't remember. I'll get it eventually. Table of contents. Okay. And mix. Substitute. So, coal Thai. It's the Thai. And this is a change, substitution, shift. A few cases for Thai as opposed to Dai. All right. Feeling a little bit better today. No respiratory concerns from our allergies. And also have all the reviews in one go. 188, which, let's see. So we have 88 from our apprentice. We're gonna have more. Largely the second peak day would bring it up to like 120-ish. And then the rest is whenever they overlap. We still have till June, the late June, like June 25th, before we start burning our first objects. So, study as she goes. All right, our reviews. Refresh to get the context sentences in case. Okay.
Okiru.
Okiru.
Naka.
Naka. Okay. Okay, so this is right.
Kenbutsu.
Kenbutsu. Yeah. Oops.
Kinjitsu.
Kinjitsu. Okay. Ne? Yono. Something wa dou desu ka? Was that standalone or not standalone? It's not standalone. So
調子。
調子. A little. I think. Oh, it's condition. Right. Did this change too? I was just gonna test it out anyways because it was a 50-50. Alright, so now we gotta get the 80-20. So this is new, right? No, this isn't new. Mouth investigate. This is weak. So mouth plus investigate. I'm not even sure how this is interpreted. When you condition checked out, I think this is tone. Tone, and do we use kuchi? That's why this is a mouth thing, so it's always it tends to be a 50-50. So kuchi, probably, and it could potentially be shortened. So like kucho, which makes it special, sort of. Unless ku ends up being some sort of kun. Even then, this is a hybrid. So it's probably like kucho, and tone. Actually, let's take a look. When your mouth makes tones, oh, that's right. The right could be interpreted as tone, so we're gonna write that in. Associate, investigate, and tone. This is a very common. Okay, so your tone of voice. Yep, makes sense. And then reading. Ryukugo. Oh, okay, so it's considered an on. So not special then. It's not as commonly used so far. It happens to be in the front. So it's on. I think it's our only example. Remember what you learned, the vocabulary where just take off to, yeah. It's not that easy. Just. I really don't like the word just anymore, honestly. That's kind of meh. Of course, there's not a Rindaku because they're both on. So one thing I'm gonna have to, yeah. So ku is an on, as opposed to looking at it as kunyomi, which is a shortened. So that's kind of one of the downsides of thinking about something like, oh, it's just kuchi, kuchi, but minus the chi. But then that would make you think it's kunyomi, but it's onyomi. So I don't think we have any other examples, right? No other examples so far. Do we have any on? There's one. That's kuchi. This one's standalone, so kuchi. Do we have any other special ones? They're all kuchi and kuchi. Rendaku. Rendakt. And yeah, it's our only one. And it's the only one in the front of a compound word. These are standalones, right? Kuchi, and this is a standalone because of the particle. So this is the only one in the front. That's a good mental note for now. One in front, which makes it special, and that's why we stop on these things. All right, took a bit. How do you, yes, that.
交番
Oh,
空手
karate. That's kind of special, kind of as well. Speaking of special, Oh, right. Different thing.
好き
生物学
生物学. Oops, I didn't hit the R before the enter button. Darn two. My right hand has been a lot quicker than my left hand lately. Kind of concerning. Okay. The heck? A suffering hand? Pain hand? What is the, what do we have here? Serori. Oh, Serori got, oh, okay. The salary. Suffering for salary. This is income, isn't it? This is income. This has got to be an income, or like a getting income, because, or maybe no. Something about income that is bad, right? Oh, I got it. Oops.
苦手
You got it. Hard to deal with, or a weak point. Weak point, or not very good, bad at. Serori ga nigate desu. All right, that context sentence is pretty good.
乗り場
Noriba. Or Spirit sword.
苦しむ
Urushimu.
売り切れ
Urikire. What? Oh, urikire.
気持ちいい
Kimochi.
心強い
Kokoro tsuyoi. Determination, commitment. Committed. I guess committed. Reassuring. Hardening. Yeah. That one's, I think there's a lot of meanings for. Oops. Gotta make sure I don't accidentally type pinyin instead.
最高
Psycho.
最終
最終.
格
格. This is not quite what I think it is. Actually, it is.
泣く
Naku. Be sharp or make animal sounds. Lots of different animal sounds. Naku. Meru. Meru ga... What am I changing? 帰る。そう。メールが帰ってくる。帰ってくるまで会社にいます。Okay.
帰る
帰る。
最近
最近。You gotta love context sentences. Just in case. I kind of like the idea of trying to see them isolated and then thinking about what kind of context they would be and then reading a context sentence. Kind of nice. Yo nani? Hmm.
要求
So cute.
誰
誰
運ぶ
運ぶ
屋上
屋上あー What? Oh.
大役
最悪 Like an important task. Do they want task part of it? Or
ケツ
it's That's not hills. B for building, not B for bear. Oh, what? Did I type that properly?
曲がる
Oh, I must have typed meh. Sometimes I type meh instead of ma. Magaru. I'm like, I definitely am not thinking about, I'm definitely thinking about the correct thing. Hands don't be doing what my head be doing sometimes. I wonder if that's
運転する
relatable. 運転する Oh my gosh. Hands. Ah!
本物
Homono. Okay.
中学校
Yugako. Okay.
雲
Mo. Ne? Yeah. Then. Ne? Am I being a pep? Mist. Cloud. Sono meru. Watashi ni mo something shite kurenai. Kurenai. This is what? Submit or transmit to the stars? Oh, is this the star thing? Wait. So like alright, so this one not so much. Let's see. Let's fill in our thoughts here. So we have transmit plus send which I think is still transmit. Right? Still transmit. But what is special about this? We have soul and then I either typed the wrong. Oh, wait. Oh, I didn't mean then 10.
転送
No. This is fine. I'm pretty sure I wrote then both times for whatever reason. Pencil. Good to go over it from the beginning, right? Pencil, which I think it's still transmit, but what else can it mean? Or oh, transfer. Oh, that must have been the older accepting one, possibly. Yeah, transfer. Like forwarding something, right? Forwarding something. I like forwarding. We should use forwarding more often. Is this week? Nah, I think I just made a. No, we're fine.
はじめに
We'll get it next time quicker. So what? Oh, what? Wait. Spirit and humble. Oh, spirit and humble. Cold? The god spirit? Okay.
Jitensha.
Tensha. Yeah, I was thinking bicycle the entire time for the 10, and I kept typing den instead.
Shogakko.
Shogakko. Right. Oh wait, that's energy attach. This is accept attach. mazu wa accept, maybe accept, attach. Oh, mazu wa uketsuke ni itte kudasai. Right. Uketsuke.
受付
Okay.
投げる
Nageru.
Kashu
Kashu. Nope, that's not it. Oh,
気づく
kizuku. Kizuku. Oh, this is it. Alright. I realize or notice.
医学
Ingaku. What? Oh, kunyomi.
Mottomo
Otomo. Like almost everything. Oh, mostly extreme. The most. Okay. The most extreme. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. The extreme. Oh, I should write the most. The most is good. Or most. What the heck was the drop in the bear? Oh, the bear drop. Oh, water. Like they're soaked. They're running after your OB. How does that relate to chase? Okay.
ちょうどいい
Chodoi. Whoops.
安売り
Yasuri.
局
Yoku. Oops. Oh. Emphasis. This is
強調
Kyocho. I was thinking it might be different, but okay.
買い物
Kaimono. La compra. So the order now deals with the mouth, right? And how does that work? This one's really intricate. If I remember correctly, this might be the one that goes straight to Kun. No. This one was fairly intricate though, because they pivoted, right? This is from yesterday, so we're not concerned about writing things from yesterday yet. It's Mayflower, because you're ordering peeps with your mouth to do things, because you're the commander. Oh, if you're the commander... Fate? Your fate is in your hands. Idea. Oh, this one was a little intricate too. They offer two. Could be standing to think. And or sound and heart. Rhythmic. Eagle. Right, standing. Eagle. Okay. Fine.
2番
2番. Um.
文字通り
文字通り. Literally. That one's gonna fall out. I just know it. In another month or two, that one's gonna be a troublesome one. uh.
役目
役目.
役に立つ
役に立つ.
保持する
保持する. Hmm.
見つける
見つける. Okay. Alright.
終点
U10.
乗り物
乗り物. Oops.
時々
時々.
集中する
集中する. ね?
決定する
決定する. Oops. I typed the wrong thing.
心持ち
心持ち. What? Wait. Oh, 心持ち. A feeling of old heart. 心持ち is like the confidence. Hold on to the heart or stay. Maintain. It's kind of like determination or commitment, self-confidence, or stay calm. It could be like stay calm too. Compose. I'm not sure if this is old or new. Seems kind of weak, so Oh, this kokoro mochi is probably another way to say feelings, right? Yeah, this is from yesterday. Instead of kimochi. That's my relation to this word. Kimochi and kokoro mochi. I think that was from yesterday. Pretty sure.
高校生
Kokose. Although I am getting quite used to immediately seeing heart and thinking it's possibly kokoro, as opposed to itsu.
出身
Machine. Okay. Oops, that's that's not it. Toil. It's toil. So okay. Oh, almost.
白黒
Hirokuro. Um,
調べる
Shiraberu.
使い方
Gaikata. Ooh, from yesterday. Ara. Araso.
争う
Araso. You're so stupid. Araso. To argue. That one works pretty well. You're so stupid. It did land exactly like yesterday. I was like, oh yeah, that's pretty good. It's very topical. Calling someone stupid when you're having an argument. Ad hominem arguments. Band mouth? How the heck did this work? Was this retroactive? And mouth. Oh yeah. It's not suit. It's a clown. Wait. It's yes. Actually, I don't remember what the other thing is. Kind of like yeah, I don't remember what Hansa did I put no. Yeah, I don't remember what this is in Hansa Hero, which will become a problem when it comes back around. I think it's a glove. I'm pretty sure this is a glove. Yeah, no. Never mind. Yeah, it's a glove. It's a glove. Blackjack. To the rising sun. Just kept playing, right? Kept playing. Oh, this one's tough. It's What? It's like or yeah, no fish in this one. So it's like muck. Like mukuashi. And of course, this is why I would have trouble on this yesterday. So muck plus ashi, so mukashi, it's probably mukashi. Yep. We tried. The mnemonic is there. Just the near rhyme takes some time because it's a concatenated near rhyme. Those two English words that you have to concatenate together to get mukashi. Which won't be a problem once the vocabulary word is introduced or some sort of kunyomi attachment to that. This is kun. And the worst are the most efficient ones are the standalone kunyomis. So this might as well be the standalone kunyomi. And how does this work? What were you actually doing? Oh, long ago. That's yesterday. It's fine.
新聞
Boon.
金持ち
Kanemochi. Oops.
飲む
No move.
工業
Kogyo. I didn't hit the U in time. Kogyo.
Yoko
Yoko.
Saigo
Saiko.
Aoba
Aoba. Together. Is this the... So, key... I feel like this is the one that's different, right? Well... What the heck is the left? We have cloud, transmit. Oh, that's transmit. Transmit, record. That's not it. Just wanted to throw that out there. Transmit is then it's probably just denki.
電気
And then transmit, record. Transmit, record was we're thinking about stuff. So you're transmitting biography, which is also life. Got life story or life story biography. This one is a bit rough from yesterday. remember. We'll see if we can.
Arata.
Arata. I have no idea why that's arata anymore. Why is this arata? A raw steak? Oh, right. A raw steak, fresh and new. Okay. Oops.
星
Oh shit. What?
入所
Oh, I typed a rendaku by accident. This onyomi no rendaku. Usually, nusho. Okay,
変
and okay. I typed the wrong thing.
負け犬
Keinu.
立ち飲み
Achimon.
売り手
Urite.
運がいい
Ungai. This was sword become. Ah!
買う
Oh,
売り上げ
Uriake. Hmm.
仕返し
Shikaishi. Oh,
終わる
Owaru. How did this work? The size. The end. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh Y and the owing. Okay. Hold. This one is different too. An old one. Okay. Not quite ringing a bell. So beforehand plus equals it's still beforehand to some extent. I think we can still get away with beforehand, but it'd be like No. Shortly? Possibly? Not ringing a bell. Ma? No. No. What am I? No. Oh, wait. What does that have to do with meeting a raw Kate? Nick, like arakajime, right? Arakajime. And it's still beforehand. But I don't remember why. Why arakajime? Definitely beforehand. And then it's a raw cage. Don't even want to think about it. Nick Cage, that is. So arakajime. Yeah, that's arakajime. This might as well be a standalone thing.
あらかじめ
And I have no idea what that has to do with beforehand. Let's find out. What did you do beforehand? You had a raw casual encounter with a raw KHL. A raw casual. That's where they got the kaji. Yeah, ahead of time. I don't know. I'm just gonna have to sleep on this one. I don't know.
欠かす
Akasu. This is not what I think it is. 毎日のそう清潔清潔にヨガは欠かせません。Yoga. So I do not lack everyday life, so I do not like neglect yoga. So if we're saying okay, this is yes, yeah, this is the You can do without. So if you're negating it, is to do yoga. So everyday life, you do yoga. It's right. So like, but it's the opposite, and then they negated the opposite. Oh my gosh, that's wasn't there like a footnote for this? Just keep in mind the word is often used in the negative, yeah. Like kakasenai mono. Things you can't do without. Double negation. Or asa no kohi wa yeah, kakasanai. Never go without morning coffee. Yeah, this is one of those double negation things. Double negatives. Okay. All right. Okay. Does that one... This one needs a bit reinforced. Is this new? I'm not even sure if this one's new. I think this one's relatively new. Write it down. So, lack plus kakasu. That came to me first, and then usually negative and to do without. Oh, that's a doozy. That one's a doozy. Oops. Ato. What is the... what is the kun for this? Pretty sure this one uses kun. And it might actually be... Gata?
ハート型
Yeah, and it's a rendakud, right? Yeah. Yep. That's fine. This one's fine. A bit weak, but we'll take care of it. Oh. What? Wait. Photo. Transmit. I thought this might be the star one, right? To transmit to the stars. Pretty sure it was. Oh no, wait. Just kidding. This is revolve, not transmit. I'm getting transmit and revolved a little mixed because the right hand is cloud But this is revolve, so it's
転がる
korogaru. Oh, just kidding.
聞く
Cute. The motomoto.
もともと 支局
Shikyoku. Okay.
Kuro
Kuro. Oh, yeah.
作業
Kagyo. Little business, but I know they wanted something else. Work. Oh, work. Yes, in operations and tasks. Okay, that's fine. Make it more literal. Make it more literal. I got you. I got you. Oh, wait. Yeah. So,
仲間
nakama. That one's a little bit of a pivot. So there's a chance. I might forget that one too. This is transmit. What? Hold. Oh. Transmit. What else what else could I be trans? This is from yesterday, so we gotta take some time. Brainstorm. So I kind of want to say star, but why is it star? Oh, yeah, it's star. Star was the thing.
伝える
Style. That's right.
試す
I miss you. Oh my gosh, please. My hands.
終了
Studio.
不自由
It's you. Mama wa ashika 不自由なので、自由なので、車、OK。車を使うことが多いです。So like discomfort? I almost want to say it's like discomfort. Yeah.
You call.
Let's buy to. What? Oh. Did I type the wrong thing? Oh. What? What did I type the first 2 times? Atsubai 2. Did I type Bay like a bunch of times or something? I probably typed Bay a bunch of times. I'm not looking at what I'm typing. That's I better stop doing that. Atsubai 2. What is this? Middle. Oh. Kojo.
花月。
Oops.
老人。
仲直り。
仲直り。
Okay.
気持ち。歌。
Whoops. Oh. Yeah. Almost screwed that up.
物語。
Ne? Yeah. Ah! Okay, I meant to type roof there. It's fine.
入学試験。
入学試験。Oh my gosh. Nani? Oh. I keep typing den with 10 because I'm just looking at the right hand thing. Kaiten. Right. Revolve. Revolve.
Chiba. 仕事。
Wait. What? Wait, what? Master, leader.
Jumin.
Okay, right. Okay, that's fine. You mean? No, residents. Hmm. Uh. It's not that. What am I requesting? Does this help at all? Shacho. Shacho. Kotai. Shacho kotai. Oh. Something meru o orimashita. Okurimashita. You send? I sent the mail. Or I sent the mail requesting a change of president or leader. That help? The meaning is fine. Nope. Now let's write this down. Okay, let's break this down. So, definitely requests. I don't think there's a different one. And it's still to request something. For normal, okay, onyomi. Oh, what do we got for onyomi? Which is Q, and then kunyomi is I got nothing. Wait. Oh, I remember. I remember. What am I requesting, right? I'm requesting something. What am I requesting? I'm requesting a moat. I don't know. Moat. From something. A moat. Oh, motomeru. Right? Yeah.
求める
Motomeru. What am I requesting a moat from? Just around my house because the neighbor's cat keeps pooping in the lawn. It's set for like a couple weeks or like a week or two, but then it's gone. It's gone. I just have to brush it out.
Ha.
焼く、
焼く。
1ヶ月、
1ヶ月。
転がす、
転がす。The heck is... Wait. Are we having stacking? Korogasu. Yeah, so korogasu is the... oh no, korogasu is the trans. Yeah. And then... Korowasu. Korowasu is the in trans, right? No, wait. No. Korogaru. Korogaru is the in trans. And then koro... Yes. Is it do? Okay. Alright. That's gonna be some growing pains. Okay. Alright. Okay. Heck. Heck. No. Narau.
習う、
役人、
役人。
近年、
因年。Oh, I added this. We need to... Oh, no, I didn't add this. Oh, no, it's the other one. It's the one. It's fine.
見事、
見事。Okay, 見事。Wait. Oh. They want work, but it's also activity, motion, etc.
見送る、
見送る。
記事、
記事。Now I get the G part because we have double G's now, which is nice. Nice. Internal light, nice. Okay.
金
in.
Kuraberu.
Kuraberu. Okay, yeah, we unlocked the rest of the stuff. Let's do our lessons today. Broadcast something. Release, send, please. Alright. I guess it's a sudo verb, so hosoku. Hosoku suru.
放送する
Hoso suru. Oh yeah, so, not soku. Hoso suru.
放送する
No rendaku. Onyomi. Probably still E.
い
Okay.
い
Alright, sure. Wave. Skin and tsunami. Okay. Alright, a tsunami hits your skin and creates smaller waves. Those hit you too. Okay, if you ever been to the ocean or large, you know what kind of force even small waves can hit with. Now imagine the force with which a tsunami wave would strike you. You have the wind knocked out of you. Death. Okay. Ha. When each wave hits your body, you shout, ha! It's not like it's on purpose. When the wave crashes into you, the wind gets knocked out of you. Alright, fair enough. Making a ha sound. Alright. The waves are basically punching you in the gut, forcing the air out of your lungs and making you shout, ha. I kinda like that. It kinda translates to martial arts. Can I also sing Japanese songs for us today? Nope, I cannot. Not within my skill set. Denha. A denba. Yeah. Oh. Is ha kunyomi? No. Interesting. That's one of the exceptions. Oh, because it's after an denba. Tsunami. Makes sense. Interesting. Probably a kunri. Ultrasonic wave. What the heck? Onba. Okay, so just gonna have to go with it. No point of reference. First place. A rank. Number 1 rank. When you are number 1 in rank, you're first place. First rank.
1位
Ichi. Yep, makes sense. Ichi.
1位
1位
No need. Yukugo. Another first place. Neck rank. Head position. Leading place. Ah. If you're neck rank, you're in first place. Haven't you ever heard the phrase neck and neck? When two... Oh, that's nice. That's a great pivot for English idiom. Neck and neck. When two people are racing super close to first place. Just remember that you'll never forget this word. Yeah. So... Could be... Oh, this is the neck part. So... What kind of things... Oh, hey. There's the daily Twitch bot. Thank you, daily Twitch bot, reminding me I'm also live on Twitch. You gotta have it. I banned the daily Twitch bot. We could take the radical, right? The radical is reading.
首位
Oh no, no, not even close. Wait. Yeah, you learned this reading for when you learned Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. No. Yeah. The beginning. Shoot. Yep. This one. Alright, Bushu. The reading E is still E. Alright. Now we have 2 of these, right? Now we have 2 shoes. Yeah. Bushu. Or radical. Okay.
周囲
Shui.
周囲
Shui. Sounds funny. Okay. So. Oops. Did they take to transmit still? No, to broadcast something. Interesting. Okay. That's fine.
放送する
Also suru.
い
Eat. Rank. Wait. I totally forgot what Tsunami skin hits you. What was the thing? Oh, let's use release as a. Oh, it's just wave. I gotta imagine the keyword is wave. Alright, fair enough.
Ichi
Ichi.
周囲
Yui. Hiroi. Or Hirui. Hiroi. No, Hirui.
低い
Hikui. Okay. Hikui. Okay. So
低い
you looked. Okay. So this is our Kun. You look down, and very low to the ground is a man looking up to you. Your friend is there too, but you don't know this little man. Your friend says Hiku, Hiku, referring to the low to the ground man. Like he cool? What the heck? This is attached to any. No.
低い
Okay. Like he's cool. Like he's okay. He's okay. He cool. He cool. Cool. Let's see how much that sticks. The lowest makes sense. Saite?
最低
最低
Okay, that's fine. Nurture. Nurture. Okay. Trash and moon. Okay. Give trash to a moon and it will nurture and raise that trash like its own little moon baby. Say what? Picture the moon raising this ball of trash, giving it love and attention. Alright. I think we have this in kind of analogous in part of raise. Yeah, raise. How did they go about it? It was the elbow pad and moon. Oh yeah. Okay. Also part of education. The moon nurtures the trash ball until one day it speaks iku. Okay, iku. It wants to go live with the moon. Watch as the little trash ball iku ups into the sky and floats around its mama. If you raise your child right, it will want to iku wherever you go. Okay, fine. That's fine. PE class. Oh, Taiku. Oh, that Taiku. Oh yeah, that's right. Right. You is, yeah, Taiku. And education, there it is. Yeah. Goiku. Chinese crossover. The first time. Oh, first time. Literally first time, yeah. The first of something you do many times is the first time, yeah. So, shokai.
初回
Shokai going up.
初回
初回
Fair enough. Shokai. Okay. And then we have Saisho. Which is, yeah, the first two. Yep. This one I'm familiar with.
最初
Saisho.
最初
Alright, wow. We got some overlapping words here. Okay,
最低
Saite.
低い
Ui. Or short.
最初
Saisho.
初回
Shokai. Okay. Yeah, separate with a no. Fair enough. The no is there to indicate the difference of something. For example, this is like saying the separate blank or the different blank or another blank. So it just means separate, different. Yeah. Okay. In that case, kind of interesting if they decide to Betsuno. Oh yeah. Oh. Betsuno and Betsuni probably. Where's Betsuni at? Oh, it's the next thing.
別の
Yeah, Betsuno.
別の
Which happens to be the onyomi. Interesting enough. Okay, because it's either standalone or it's modified, but they went with Betsuno. And then Betsuni, which makes sense. Not particularly. If someone asks you if you want a separate knee, you'll say, not particularly. I mean, you never thought about it, but do you really need more knees? Not really. In the first meaning, betsuni is often used on its own or with a negative, negative or a verb or adjective, as in betsuni, betsuni long, betsuni nakakunai, not particularly long. Okay. However, when betsuni is used with a positive verb, it often means separately or in addition to. After all, when you're having something separately, you have to do it in addition or to something else. Like learning this meaning in addition to the first one. Okay. Okay. Alright. Fair enough.
別に
別に
Alright. Are they both the
別の
same pitch? There's no pitch for... Okay. Fine. It sounds about similar. Similar pitch. Second. A few and a grain. Few grains. Grains are few. Imagine the last few grains trickling down the hourglass. You have a second left. Okay. Normally an hourglass has sand to count the seconds, but yours uses grain. Yours uses grain. Oh, uses grain. Imagine just a few grains left and watch them trickle down as you count the seconds. All right. Yo. After the final seconds go by, your awful body odor appears. Okay. That's kind of a funny yo thing. Your hourglass timer was a timer to specifically let you know when your antiperspirant decides to wear off and your bio returns. I feel like it's still bio. Yeah, it's a standalone. Wait, is this Kun? No. Interesting. Second hand? Yoshin. Interesting. Okay, we got more Betsu. Betsunin. Ne?
別人
Betsujin. Oh, goodness gracious.
別人
And they decided not to give
別人
a gene mnemonic to differentiate between the nin.
別人
別人
Okay, Betsujin. Just gotta remember. Separately. Betsu? No. Wait, when you have be next to be, oh, they're already done. With Hanza Hero, is it possible to learn 4,000 characters in 16 months with 1 hour day of study? With Hanza Hero, is it possible to learn 4,000 characters in 16 months with 1 hour of study? I mean, let's see. Well, there is a soft cap of 40 lessons per day. And he did say it was 4,000 characters. And then you said learn. So I guess learn will equate that to first exposure. First exposure. So we're assuming on first exposure you acquire it, right? First exposure you acquire it. That would also imply that in the 40 lessons you have 1 hour a day. So we divide hour a day, it would be kind of like 1.2 minutes or something per lesson. Does it take 1 minute to read each lesson? Wait, did I do that math right? 40 times that, it's about, okay, we have like 1.3 minutes. So let's just say 1 minute. That would equate out to 40 minutes. And you have 20 minutes to split between the 20. Oh, so it's 1.5. Okay. So you have 1.5 minutes per lesson. The answer is, and then if we take that, right, and then we need 100 days. 100 days. Is 100 days less than 16 months? Oh, wait. But then we need to remember that the lessons are all the characters and components. And vocabulary. So if it was only characters, if the lessons only contain characters, then it would be 100 days. That leaves us, you said 16 months. So 16 months times, let's just say roughly 30 days. That's 418. So you have an excess of 380 days to account for the vocabulary and the components. After you complete most of the components and the radicals, we must not, or the sounds. The sounds, I think there were about 52. And then the components are about 500. I think it was like between 500 and 600. So if you had 40, this would add like, we'll take this and multiply by this, which means this adds like additional 600 minutes. So that'll be like roughly another 10 days. Did I get that right? No. Be like another 15. We'll say another 15 days plus this, so 16. We'll round it up to 20 days. So 20 days, 120 days, so you have 300 minus 20. So you have an extra 360 days to only have vocabulary and characters. And from my experience, I'm about there. Usually it's about, out of the, if you have 40, I have 20 lessons a day. So of the 20 lessons, usually 60% of them are vocab and 40% of it is characters. So if you're doing 40 a day, you're expecting about 26 characters a day and 14, oh no, not characters, but vocab a day and 14 characters a day. So if you're doing 14 characters a day times 380 days remaining, even if you're doing like the first 100 days and whatnot, yes, the answer is yes. Very, very, very yes. That is assuming it takes you 1.5 minutes, 1.5 minutes to learn every lesson permanently. But you said learn, so you didn't say remember it or anything. Learn is you see it and that's it. So whether you remember it or not does not include in learning. Practice and recalling is not, I would not consider as part of learning. So you have a lot of time to hit 4,000 characters before 16 months. Whether you remember it or not is negotiable. For the pace I'm going, 100 days, I'm at 600 characters. So I'm around 600 characters at 110 days. And do I remember all of them? No, I would say like 92%. I'm around 92% or 93%. So 600 characters in 100 days. If we multiply that by 4, right? Because we have about 400 days. If I add the same pace 3 times over, then I would have 1,800. So by that time, I would roughly have only learned 1,800 to 2,000 characters. So roughly 2,000 in 16 months for myself, which is to study every day, doing 2 hours. And that includes the reviews. So I review and take 20 lessons every day. So there's 20 lessons, which is about roughly, out of the 20, you have 12 vocabulary words usually. And 8 characters on average. Every single day, every day. And I will, by the time 16 months roll over, I would be sitting at less than 2,000 characters. Which checks out. Because I expected this journey in Hanzahiro and WaniKani. WaniKani is very similar overall pace. I expect like 2.5 years ish. So by the end of 16 months, if you double it, it's 32 months. does that come out to? That's more than 2.5 years. So 12, right? 24, 36. So it's between 2 years and 3 years. Yeah, 2 years and 3 years. So you should clarify solidly. No, 4,000 characters, which is 486 days. Yeah. Conservatively for me, for myself, if I wanted a 95 to 96%, so whatever I'm doing now in Hanza Hero, it could improve in the coming months, or not improve. My retention is 95 to 96%. That's where I'm aiming. And it would take me 2.5 years to reach, at least 2 years to reach 4,000 characters in isolation with no context clues and stuff. Maybe the context sentences in Hanza Hero, but just straight up reading. That excludes me writing, which I will be writing outside of Hanza Hero. But strictly speaking, if we can reach 4,000 characters in 16 months, that is ambitious. It's possible. It's possible, but ambitious. The pace I'm going, you would have to increase maximum exposure. So you have to do 40 lessons a day, I would say, which would double this pace. So it would reduce it down to, right? It would reduce the exposure. So the initial exposure, as in you're being taught this and that's it for now. So 1.5 years, that's great, right? So you have 1.5 years, that's or 1.25 year, so that's 16 months. Or 15 months. 15 months. So that leaves you with 1 month. That leaves you with 1 month of time trying to familiarize the stuff. So 1 month of time, as in 1 month, as in 30 hours of extra time. So alternatively, since we're talking about a long period of time, if you expand that to 2 hours a day as opposed to 1 hour a day, then you could foreseeably double the amount of time, which gives you 60 extra hours of like, okay, you've seen all these things once, at least once now. Now you have 60 hours to solidly remember all 4,000 characters, right? As you're progressing. So you have 60 extra hours. For me, this is not doable for me. It's absolutely not doable for me. And usually even though my sessions are less than 2 hours a day, there is a 96% retention. However, I'm also only doing 20 lessons a day. If you double the amount of units, like for example, if I'm using Anatole, if I double the amount of units, then I expect maybe a decline of at least 4%. However, keep that in mind that I am also doing WaniKani, Duolingo Spanish, and like 2 or 3 hours of other things. If you're learning Hanza Hero, you can like spend your off time doing whatever, which would reinforce all the stuff. So you don't, right? You end up being procced to remember some of these things. I have divided all of my time. So even in an upper limit situation, if I dedicated myself entirely to Hanza Hero, do the 40 lessons, it is possible to get a 96% retention rate, at least for myself. I can see theoretically. However, doing 2 hours a day, that means it would leave me 60 hours spread out through the entire duration to try remember them. You would get what did we say? You would get 3 minutes for the initial exposure every single day. And this is not even possible because you have to review, right? So this 2 hours is including the review time. You cannot gain access. You can keep gaining access to characters, by the way. So nothing is stopping you from learning all the characters. The characters are not locked necessarily behind anything. You can unlock everything. So in Hanze Hero, you can keep on learning new things even if you don't remember anything. And I don't know how that works for the algorithm, because in order to get the vocabulary, you have to unlock the kanji, or not the kanji, sorry, the Hanzi, right? The Hanzi, but you can turn this off. In the options, you can turn this off so you don't need this, right? But the question is, then what are the lesson makeup? I'm assuming the lesson proportions are still the same. They only restrict how much your kanji, like the amount of kanji to vocab ratio is consistent, because my graph looks like a linear thing. It's just completely linear with Hanzi and vocabulary. There's no like dips, no. So the way their SRS works does not limit the vocabulary based on the Hanzi, even if you unlock it. So if you keep getting Hanzi wrong and keep getting vocabulary wrong, as long as you have lessons set to 40, you'll constantly be learning Hanzi no matter what. And then it's up to you to figure out a routine to retain it. So yes, it's very, very possible to learn 4,000 characters in 16 months. I would say if I had to do it in 16 months, my retention would be like 85%. It'd probably plummet since I'm balancing everything else. But if I were to dedicate myself entirely to it, could get a 90 to 96%. That's provided that outside of Hanzi Hero, you're also taking time to practice it. So you have to output it somehow or practice it in some way after the initial learning. Okay, I see. So with a 2-hour-a-day investment, sounds doable for you as a dude only studying Mandarin? Possibly. And then, like, that's only for the Hanzi Hero portion, right? That's for the learning, and then maybe, like, fairly decent retention, I would say. Fairly decent retention. A passing grade. I would say a passing grade. If I had to be incredibly conservative, 70% reading comprehension. Maybe reading reading characters. Yeah. If you're dedicating yourself entirely and then you have 4,000 characters to do, 2 hours a day, which means that you also squeeze in review, right? You also probably get an opportunity to squeeze in review. Yeah. I'm aiming low. A low ballpark, right? 70 to 80%. Seems okay. But why 16 months? Eternal Light. Also, you're also willing to consume ginseng and memory herbs? I suppose. Why 16 months? Do you have to like do something by 16 months? It will take me 2.5 years for a 96% compliance with my vocabulary. Yeah. And I listen to Chinese content outside of Hanzi Hero. Like I watch anime in Chinese. Usually and also keep in mind that I'm already used to hearing Chinese, so that might throw off my commentary. So what are you? Betsu Betsu? There's no way this is Betsu Betsu. Is it?
別々
Oh, it is Betsu Betsu.
別
Okay.
々
So we're still doing Betsu no. Yeah, this is separate.
別の
Betsu no. Oh yeah, Betsu ni,
別に
not particularly. And in addition, few grain. Not really urgent to finish 6 months, but that seems like the average I hear Chinese learners claim to accomplish in 6 months. Interesting. For the Chinese learners. Oh. Like you're talking about secondary language learners? Or are you talking about like Chinese curriculum? I feel like 16 months to learn all of Westerners learners. Okay. 16 months. That's fantastic. 16 months to learn 4,000 characters. Yeah. Interesting. The average, huh? I wonder what that means. 4,000 characters in 16 years. I don't know what that means. Yeah, that's something about metrics. With modern learning strategies, I don't know what that means either. Did you read what their methodology is in... Or is it like normalized samples? And... I don't want to like make it sound more confusing, but all modern strategies are old strategies. I don't think I've ever met a modern strategy before, so far. Like for example, comprehensible input, the theory behind applying comprehensible input to current strategies, that's an old strategy. This mnemonic-based stuff is an old strategy, so I'm not entirely sure what modern strategy means. Meaning those that are very immersed, yeah, that's not a modern strategy. But probably I could see the immersion thing, yeah. But we're talking about vocabulary, kanji reading here. Immersing in kanji, or immersing in Hanzi reading, I suppose. So they might actually be doing more than a lot. It's a lot more multi-dimensional. Kind of hard to interpret what the 16 months is. And I imagine I have a feeling they don't have an evaluation point for those people. This happens to be word of mouth. It's possible they might be slightly exaggerating the true retention. Maybe exaggerating, but I would say it's just difficult, right? It would be difficult to actually test retention. There wouldn't be a lot of time to test it. Lots of people exaggerate, yeah, but lots of people also underestimate if they're incompetent. When you're incompetent, right? And I don't mean by they don't know Chinese. I'm talking about incompetence in self-evaluation. Like most of the time, that's the stuff that I usually focus on, self-evaluation. Without competence in metrics, 16 months can mean anything. Without methodology or any form of tracking, we're not talking about like I learned 1,000 words today, that's what my tool said kind of tracking. Talking about like interpreting the statistics. So when you tell me the average is 16 months, I have no idea what that means without a proper write-up and sampling size, like sample pre-selection and methodology and how they evaluate their competency. And then all of this have to be normalized to background. For me, it might be faster because my family is Chinese. So that is a very big deal. And Westerners aren't necessarily void of interacting with Chinese at all, which is interesting. I didn't look up any statistics on like when average, largely because there's no really. Oh, also many of those people say they spent hours per day, many hours per day, more than 2 hours probably. Yes, I would say I spend, when it comes to language learning in general, I spend pretty much all my waking hours with language learning. So when I'm saying learning, right, for me, if I learned 4,000 characters, it also means that I practice language learning every single day and for as often as I can. So practice is separate from learning is what I want to make sure about. I practice outside of learning. Hansa Hero provides me with 20 lessons each day, but then I practice everything whenever I got the opportunity. Like right now I'm practicing Chinese as well. When I'm learning Japanese, I'm thinking a lot about my Chinese as opposed to using English in my head, right? It's still few for that. So xiao, right? Xiao is on the, or xiao is on the right, and then grain is still grain stock in Hansa Hero. So the retention overlaps with each other all the time. Although that grain standalone doesn't actually have a meaning per se for me yet. But yeah. So the 2 hours I spent on WaniKani, it filters in practice hours for Hansa Hero. And then when I use Hansa Hero, it filters practice hours for WaniKani. And when I speak Spanish, I typically think about how I say that in Japanese. So in Duolingo Spanish, all their courses are stacked on each other on priority. So whenever I think about Spanish phrases, I'm also thinking about the Chinese and Japanese phrases that I learned from the Japanese and Chinese course on Duolingo. So they're all stacked on top of each other. So it's very difficult to know how much that contributes to my retention. I think the most successful, like here's a hot take, it's a slight hot take. Am I emphasizing traditional Hanzi, right? So Duolingo's Chinese course taught me 700 characters, and they were the simplified characters. So right now in Hansa Hero, even after 100 days, I haven't really covered all 700 characters in simplified. But right now in Hansa Hero, it is in traditional Hansa right now. But because of my emphasis on writing Hanzi, it's not that difficult for me to make the association between simplified characters and traditional characters. Not yet anyways. So we're doubling down. So 700 simplified characters, and then we're about to reach 600 traditional characters. Yeah. And then Japanese has Japanese simplified characters and Chinese traditional characters, largely Chinese traditional characters. And then they also have simplified Chinese characters. So some Chinese simplified characters, some Japanese simplified Chinese characters, and then the vast majority of them are traditional Hanzi. Yeah. And then in order to practice pinyin and like other like sound related things, Nomaji for Japanese and pinyin for Chinese laps with Spanish, how Spanish is represented for my phonetics, and not English. English phonetics is like a dumpster. But the Spanish phonetics lines up with Nomaji. Nomaji, and then Pinyin is a topper, a higher level, a higher condensation of Nomaji and Spanish. And you understand Chinese drama shows in Mandarin? I usually watch Chinese drama shows back in the day. Yeah, like nowadays I watch 动画 instead. Occasionally some person who's learning Japanese who is also around for when I'm learning Chinese, they might have seen a 动画 that is really good, which 动画 is anime, so I just usually watch anime. The last one I watched was Moldao, which was like 4 seasons long, maybe like 90 episodes or something. It was about Taoist Confucius kind of like setting for like mysticism and folklore show about demons, zombies, gods. Right now I'm going to start watching the 2 seasons of Link Click. Oh, so you're a fluent level speaker of Mandarin? Not really. I'm a listener. I don't really speak. Heritage speaking, right? Heritage speaking. That's one of the downsides of immersion only without structure. I think there's often this really big misnomer or misconception that immersion-based things are sufficient for everything. I disagree. Like lightly disagree, but I get where they're coming from. The vast majority of the stuff can come from a heavy immersion, but without structure and discipline, generally speaking, you don't acquire certain things. That would be producing speech a lot of times, and also writing and reading a lot of times. So Mandarin is fine if I'm listening to it. Even though your family is Fujianese, you can practice Mandarin with them. My parents speak Mandarin. They speak and read Mandarin. Maybe less so my father, but my mother does. But no, I don't practice. I actually don't practice Fujianese or Mandarin with them. We use Fujianese and Mandarin on use cases, so observational. Most of it is just observational. They're input oriented. So you immerse yourself in input only, right? Input only. Your really trendy new way of doing things. Input only. Without discipline. Now I am. Now I'm trying to impart discipline to my Mandarin and Fujianese. So, well, not Fujianese because there's no written form of Fujianese. But in terms of speaking and stuff, it's a case-by-case use for Fujianese. So, oftentimes the most specialized vocabulary is the most life-oriented vocabulary. So, like insurance, bills, taxes, doctor's appointments, specific diseases, money matters, lots of money matters. That's kind of the stuff that you end up retaining due to immersion use. And then Mandarin, I have always been completely illiterate until Duolingo Chinese, starting last year. And now, in terms of literacy, this is going to vary for other people, but for myself, I was connecting the dots between what I hear and speak to what I'm reading. So it might be a faster connection, largely because I need to get close to the sound, and then once I get the sound, I can rely on that. So I'm augmenting all the sound. So some people might see that as, oh, that's why immersion's great, right? I still think it holds a lick of it. It's assuming you have structure. I think people underplay structure a lot, and when I mean by structure, I don't mean the content of the language, but the structure of your consistency in using something. Immersion, when successful, or like when people, the type of immersion people are talking about is lifestyle changes for Westerners. So the Westerner has already have committed to a lifestyle change that constantly use that immersion. So practice oriented. For myself, that 96% retention is because I didn't change anything about my life. My life already included Japanese, Chinese, and Spanish. Many people, when they start learning a new language, they're getting ready to embrace a lifestyle. So they're preparing for a lifestyle. And that lifestyle, if that lifestyle does not slowly come into the picture, then the retention would fall off. If not, failure would be nearly guaranteed. So for myself, I started with already those lifestyles in place. So I don't have to change anything about my habits. Like when people say, oh yeah, did you do your immersion? Like, did you do YouTube, podcasts, anime, and read novels? Because a lot of people, when they're starting their language learning, they're changing their life so that they can practice those things. So then the learning process, when they're learning, it's the hard work, and then everything else is reinforcing the learning. So when I say 4,000 characters is doable, when 4,000 characters is doable, that is presuming that you already have a lifestyle that's reinforcing and practicing the learning part for the retention. What about going directly to Haysek's books of remembering the Hanzi and skipping the app learning? Is that a better approach, do you think? I wrote to a comment section. Someone recently commented about Hanzi Hero. I'm not sure if that was you or not, but like, if you read that or not, but I think we had a similar conversation before. But there was another person that commented. I didn't see what their handle is, but in my opinion, you'll find that Haysek's, it's dependent on the mnemonics. So if you, my kind of hot take, instead of going into a long digression about this, my hot take is, it's not that different between Haysek's and what Kevin decided to use in Hanzi Hero. It's actually an evolution or an iteration of Haysek's. A lot of times the retention comes down to, this is very hot, comes down to parasocial resonance with the mnemonics provider, if you're not providing mnemonics yourself, and or you are creating the mnemonics, the personal resonance. So if Haysek's, I haven't read Haysek's, but if Haysek's is forcing you, right, obligating you to making your own mnemonics, it guarantees that you have a personal resonance with that mnemonics. And mnemonics is most sufficient in retention when you are personally resonating with it. Now, if I had to take a guess, that's not the case. Haysek's probably provides mnemonics, and Kevin also provides mnemonics, the developer of Hanzi Hero, for those who do not want to come up with their own mnemonics. Now, because of that, I would say the hot take here is read a little bit about Haysek's, like the person's background, when they grew up, what they like to talk about, in order for you to create a resonance with the person who's writing the mnemonics. Without an interest in the person or resonance with that person parasocially, it's very difficult to guarantee, right, foresee an expectation of effective mnemonic use. So, for example, you'll probably hear this about WaniKani and or Hanzahiro or any mnemonic-based things. Not immersion. We're not talking about like comprehensible input using other people's YouTube stuff. That also requires this hot take, which is whatever your content that you have, either you form an accurate parasocial relationship by knowing the person that's creating the content in order to foresee investing without knowing, like without doing. How do you increase the accuracy of predicting, oh yeah, if I follow this person, it will be successful? Because a lot of the comprehensible input type immersion things deal with parasocial relationships with that person, because the context and the mnemonics and the interest is on you. So if you create all of that, which I do myself most of the time because my lifestyle is that, it has always been that. Even before language learning, I did not change my lifestyle. I use Chinese, I listen to Chinese, I listen to Japanese all the time, right? And I encounter Spanish very frequently. So when you're looking for people who are providing resonance, it would be great to either tell yourself, okay, whatever they provide, I will try my best to relate to whatever they're providing, or you take their technique and you make it all your own. Now, it comes at the sacrifice of efficiency, because then you're making all of the stuff using their technique or whatever technique you feel like, but your retention will be guaranteed. So that's, or more guaranteed. So the idea is speed equates to lower retention. Like the higher the speed goes, usually at the sacrifice of retention. But if you slow down and you increase parasocial relationships or relations to the content, your retention goes up. Then you just spend more time with the content. So the idea is someone who has a mix of high retention and consistency and lifestyle changes tend to be the most successful. So what does that look like? People who've committed to immersion through obligation. So if you move to a country, it has to be resonating because you live in the country. Like that environment is your life now. So no matter what you do, you'll be related to it. So all your wires in your head will cross with that activity. In the case of studying without that kind of component, you have to ask yourself, are you interested in the person who's making the mnemonics more than yourself? Or you're far more interested in whatever you're interested in, and then you go find a person that matches your preference. Largely, to me, I think that supersedes whatever method they use. Largely because you would be more likely to stay consistent and engage and have a lifestyle around it. So if you already watch someone who you vibe with all the time, who speaks that target language, that's probably the most successful avenue for retention, in my opinion, or arguably. Let's see. People used to rave about remembering the kanji in the past, but now with Anki and these apps, maybe it's not as attractive to do Hey6. I think it's not as attractive per se, because Hey6 is older person. Like what I mean by that is, if you're like 18 years old, for example, I'm not sure how old you are, and I'm almost 40. So if all of my mnemonics is something that you cannot relate to, then any person who's current, as in like a younger person who's making younger mnemonics or relevant mnemonics towards the same system, so the system didn't change. Like A6 principles and WaniKani and Hanzahiro are iterations, generational iterations of old stuff. So whenever you mention the modern strategies, to me, I do not see a change in strategies. Comprehensible input existed since I was alive, well before me. Like SRS, space-time, that's school, that's formal education. Curriculum, prescription-based things, antonyms, grammar, they all existed before I was alive. Applying them takes a contextual need for that person to be consistent in it. So yes, if you're not a 40-year-old plus person, or maybe like 30 to 40-year-old, and you have some like loose relation or attached relation to formal schooling or whatnot, Hay6 is now passé per se, right? It's in the old stuff. So the odds of finding a new app that is edgier and more relevant to you when they talk about how do you remember this character, they'll say something that you can relate to in a way that you tend to have associations already. If a professor, like for example for me, if I describe why chemistry is really exciting, I don't think I'm going to excite many kids if I am not already participating in the pop culture, right? Instead, I can choose to describe chemistry examples in the context of Fortnite and League of Legends. And that would make an approach that's mnemonic dependent be relevant to the person. Now, when you pick your favorite thing, whichever your mnemonic app is, it would have to take into consideration who is the person that is writing your mnemonics. If you're not making your own associations, then you require that you relate to the other person. So if you hop into an SRS deck that keeps talking about SpongeBob, right? Like SpongeBob SquarePants, everything is in the reference of SpongeBob SquarePants. I would either have to choose, oh, I really like SpongeBob, I'm going to get to learn SpongeBob, we're going to go in here learning SpongeBob. Or you could end up being a person like, I hate SpongeBob, I don't really care about SpongeBob. Like, people don't watch SpongeBob SquarePants anymore. Like, why would I care about this? So you go find someone that does it. I'm 38. Kevin strikes to me as either slightly younger than me or a little bit like in his 30s. And all the references that he have in Hansa Hero is within my lifetime. In fact, some of the stuff that he cites is a little before both of our lifetimes, like Xena, for example. However, I happen to be someone when I was like in my teens, I watched these things despite being for older generation. So all those things reinforce how important it is to know that you either build your own things, your own associations, which guarantees retention, because those things are important to you already, like neuronal connections, right? Your neuronal connections that already exist. And mnemonics are predicated on assuming you either have decided to create new neuronal connections with your existing memory, or you make your own. And the developer is responsible, or the writer, like Hay6, who's writing the book, when they wrote it, it must have taken into some consideration, like, oh, the context of how I write my mnemonics are probably relevant to my readers when I wrote the book. But it may not remain relevant for future generation. There are people who like to write timeless relevance, like for example things about not stealing, being a good person, growing up, getting old. If people write about that, they're timeless subjects. So if you write your mnemonics around timeless subjects, it could mean that it could give you more staying power. So if Hay6 decided the mnemonics examples and all his content are timeless, as in they're human analogs, like human condition stuff, things like feeling happy, feeling sadness, getting married, raising children, if they use mnemonics that revolve around that, then it can end up being timeless. So then that the relevance of that book and its contents will continue to be relevant. However, I would have to say that many apps iterate on existing principles of learning already. They're not language learning specific, in my opinion. I think I'm going to take some heat for this, but the application of most of the strategies to learning language existed prior to learning a target language. Like, secondary language acquisition isn't the only time all of these modern strategies existed. They existed when you started in school, whether you implicitly built it or not. For myself, so far, I really like the convenience of automation. The core and foundation of the learning stuff is I haven't encountered something that's novel yet. Despite YouTube constantly telling me, oh, this content creator found the secret sauce to language learning. And then this content creator yells at me like, this person who's like 40 years my senior or 20 years my senior said, this is how you learn stuff. It's like, well, no kidding. That is how you learn things. There's a lot of ways to learn things. It includes that and everything above. But it might seem new and edgy to people who don't like to learn stuff, which in my opinion, the vast majority of people, the younger people now, do not like formal education, right? And for me, in order for me to create a desire for formal education and all that, I spent a lot of time coming to the same conclusions. So whenever someone brings up like Krashen's work on comprehensible input, I'm like, okay, that sounds great. Like, and I still say I only cursorily know his theory on things and then other things, but I also come from a professional formal education background. I have my gripes and I know the shortcomings and pros and cons about formal education, so I can use that, mitigate and complement the shortcomings, and improve and accentuate and strengthen the strengths. But I don't go around saying there is one way or the highway for things, which I don't think people that which I don't think the people who made those theories, who construct those theories, which suggest otherwise as well. It's the people who adapt and use all those theories that give you that feeling of guarantee that, oh, these are modern strategies. These are strategies that work for most people. I disagree. I firmly disagree. It's actually all of the above. And the nice thing about learning process and mnemonics is that you have a lot of choice now. So when someone says, which path you want to take, I honestly think if you don't understand who you're picking already and what you're picking, then probably discovering how you learn is it's a well worth it endeavor, as opposed to spinning the wheel. Like, this is my personal bias. I prefer to know that whatever I use, I'll make it work. It'll be sufficient. And it gets faster over time. So regardless of how chonky, like if you give me a terrible bicycle, right? My natural inclination is it's probably gonna get me from point A to point B, but along the way from point A to point B, we're gonna pick up and we're gonna modify and improve on that bicycle iteration, wherever the starting point is. So whenever I say, oh, this is assuming that everything stays the same, rarely it is. And I don't think people think like that anymore. They think you pick up a strategy and you use it from beginning to end, and that's it. And even if the opportunity appeals or appears before them, they will strictly stick to a method, right? And that to me does show discipline, as in discipline or commitment to a strategy, but it also shows a lack of due diligence, where one cannot see the pros and cons while you're using a method, so you don't expect self-improvement or further application. So after using 100 days of Hanzahiro, I no longer use Hanzahiro the way I did in day one. And actually 20 to 30% of the time, I'm not really using Hanzahiro the way completely confined by Hanzahiro. So the way I think is not dictated by Hanzahiro. The way cards come up and how the order of the way I think about things is not dictated by Hanzahiro. It's influenced by it though. I've took the parts that fit in all my little many years of life, I suppose. Generally speaking though, I think those who are looking for a learning strategy is a great starting point, and I hope that they continue to find more challenges and acquire more solutions. I think problem solving is probably one of the things that would answer your question far more regularly than a stranger online. So for example, if you're asking, what about going directly to HASIX? The actual person who's studying has the answer to that, usually. But if you're asking, 9 out of 10 times when someone asks me for a prediction of how they do it, the idea is go try it. Try it, find out what the immediate pros and cons that you see, and then ask yourself, can you embrace the pros in order to work on the cons of the strategy by taking on another strategy? So then you would mitigate the cons of HASIX with the complementary strategy. And that's kind of what I see in learning most of the time from a problem solver, someone who spends more time learning than focusing on learning than focusing on the goal. So I don't see language learning like a lot of people keep asking me about if it's hard or easy. I don't see language learning as hard or easy. I actually don't often even consider whether the task is hard or not. I either find, can I do something with it? If I can do something with it, then it's irrelevant how hard or fast or something. Sometimes I don't even process where my goals are. I like the act of learning. So from my perspective, if you're constantly going around scouting, this is the response I kind of wanted to say to the other person. They were asking about Hanzahiro too today in the video comments. The idea is, if you're scouting now for the fastest way to do something, the fastest way is with experience. And that isn't very fast at first. It's very difficult to know when it's fast. So you take one, you do it, give it a trial period, see what works, what doesn't work, evaluate it, and then go find something that still has the things that work. If you're looking for like one tool to rule them all, I wouldn't necessarily approach it this way. However, many people like the idea of having one tool to do everything. You take all the things that you're looking for and you move on to the next one, and you're looking for all the things that you're looking for and then avoiding all the things that you're not looking for, right? And the second one should be an iteration of that, in which it took all the things you want and then mitigate the ones that you don't want, or you might have improved. The alternative is, and then you continue to iterate, right? Personally for me, I would continue to use and highlight as many of the tools positives as I can, while finding integration elsewhere of all the negatives. So for example, Hanzahiro and WaniKani does not provide stories. I like stories. Stories are part of my average lifespan, like average like daily activity. So I find a source of stories. Those things do not complement what it complements what these things do. Is learning Hanzi by brute force repetition without any mnemonics just brute force over and over? Is that outdated for a Westerner? I have no idea. I would say it would be outdated for the internet culture to do this. And yet, if I had to think about my reliance on rote memory, it's been a long time since I relied on rote memory. I even grow up thinking the social norm is to deviate away from rote memory use. I almost exclusively, like 5 to 10% of the time do I rely on rote memory. Just straight up repetition. And even then, some people might say, well, on Duolingo you just repeat over and over again, right? That's the old school way. It's like, well, I'm not repeating by simply repeating. I'm repeating by doing observations on them. So when I'm doing things, I'm not strictly repeating the outputs, right? I'm observing how I'm thinking every time I'm doing it. I'm actively participating. Brute forcing is more like you know it once, and then now you don't have to think about the next couple. You just keep doing it until you don't have to think about it. I'm actually doing the opposite. The more I do it, the more likely I'm going to find new things to observe about it. So when I'm doing it, I'm saying, okay, so how's it different this time? It could be simply acknowledging to myself, oh, it's the same as last time. But it's different from doing it and not telling yourself that it's the same. As in, oh, this time I thought about something else. Like, okay. But the results look like it's the same. Yeah. So when it comes to outdated, none of the learning strategies are not outdated ever. Like, I think it's such a how did I say this? It's such a marketing ploy to think that things like something about fundamentals about learning can be outdated in any way. The context can be outdated. If you brute force things, like sit there and drill, it'll still work. That's up to you if you want to use it. Whether it's outdated is a marketing ploy to say something is better than something, and something doesn't work and something do work. In fact, all of those strategies work. All of them work. To what extent is marketing? I use brute force in my normal routines. What does a brute force look like? Me seeing the same character 50th time in a row and I just skimmed over it. That's part of brute forcing. So like seeing, I don't know, wa over again, but you need wa in a sentence a lot of times, you know. 我没有 I don't know, 我没有学习 我今天没有学习 you'll hear 今天 over and over again. You'll see 今天 over and over again because it's part of the practice. So if your lifestyle includes Chinese, you're brute forcing all the things that you no longer pay attention to. Every time you go out and walk, like you need to get healthy, you have to get up in the morning, go for a walk. That's brute forcing. Now you can choose to be active in the walk. So if you walk outside, you can choose to pay attention to the tree. You can choose to look at the sky, smell the breeze for the 1000th time you've walked outside, but you don't have to. So brute forcing is often passive. You simply do it and it becomes, I don't know, muscle memory. I think that's what people think happens when they become fluent. And yeah, I guess. But for me, I think that's a bonus. When things are so easy that you don't think about it anymore, it's a bonus for me. It robs me of my color in life. It robs me of enthusiasm for the thing. So most of the time I spend as much time as I can to engage in whatever I did for the 1000th time or the 3000th time, 4000th time, however long it is. And that's how I micromanage atomic habits. So habits, every day, when you think about doing things so long, brute forcing over and over again until it becomes a habit, right? So then you no longer have to think about it. Habits are low effort. Establishing and changing habits, altering habits, involves learning. And this is high effort. And oftentimes when you think about immersion, the success of immersion, all the particular things, the people, when they describe it, they're establishing, changing, and learning. As in establishing, refining, changing consistently. What does that look like? You move to another country. You move to the country with your target language. You are constantly establishing new habits and changing old ones. And effectively, you learn in that process. It requires a lot of high effort. It has a high dropout. But the high dropout is countered by obligation. So you already moved to the country. That you dreamed of. You're already invested. So all that obligation is exceeding the high dropout from the effort input. Now, when you have habits of your own, like you're saying, oh, I like this app because it's making language learning easier because I already have all those habits, right? It's trendy. This is low effort. And low effort is not necessarily bad because it can prevent you from starting. It can have high dropout. So to counter this, you get to choose now, when you have a low effort thing, you get to choose how much effort you want to place in it. And I think that's where it stops for most people. When they find a tool that works for them and it lowers the effort barrier, they get this, I would say, false sense of security that they're learning something, but their effort keeps tanking. The effort keeps getting lower and lower because it becomes effortless. Your repetitions, outputs, it becomes easier. But that means you got more practice in. And that's great. It helps you reach your goal. But you're learning less. Because there's no effort in it. Or there's significantly diminished effort. Like when you run, the 100th time you run, it will become less effort. So you can run further. You can run better or more efficient. But you are also learning less. You don't have to learn more because it doesn't slow you down. So the next thing to up your level for most people is like, okay, can I run faster or longer or different? And then effort goes back up, which then gets refined back down. So there's ever establishing, changing, and tuning for learning. It's, for me, I think the internet age has changed that way of thinking. The way of thinking, which I still feel is compartmentalized in all of this, is you find someone who did all the effort for you and then hope that it lasts long enough that you stay interested in it, engaged, and then it gets to your goal and then you're done. So you don't ever necessarily need to. It's up to you if you want to. Need to learn about your own way of learning, and all that and getting experience, you can bounce from app to app to method, and you can still get to your goal. That removes all the inconveniences of actually learning and problem solving. And that's kind of like my whole shtick. This is my shtick when I'm streaming and stuff. I'm about the opposite. I quite literally am pushing against that. When I went to graduate school and formal education, grew up in a multicultural environment, the idea is the reward comes with the learning part. It doesn't come with the efficiency part. So whenever someone asks like how long it takes someone and they look at an end piece number and use that as a gauge to make their decision, then those are people who are interested in goal-oriented things, and oftentimes there's a lack of learning in the middle. There's no learning about the process. You are only interested in the end result. The stuff that I said about using statistics, like I was calculating the rough estimate of Hanzahiro, that's not because I understand how long it took for people to do anything. It's an understanding of how I'm keeping track of what I'm doing and what I'm actively doing. So then I know all the shortcomings of it too. How whatever I'm saying, there's a lot of conditions. It might not apply to you, all the other things, because I'm actively observing how I'm learning and whatnot. So, and it takes longer time, maybe. Some people argue against me, which is helpful because people can see things I can't see. So a few people said that, oh, I'm actually learning fairly efficiently. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's nice. Because I don't see the bigger, like, a shortcoming of my opinions is that I don't look at what's at the end most of the time. I see it, it's over there. It's like, okay, be fluent in Japanese or be fluent in Chinese or something like that. But that is not interesting to me. It's rarely interesting. The reason why I can take things, in my opinion, this is a weird flex, I suppose. I can take a shoddy bicycle and I can make it into something that works. It might not look like the best bicycle and people that spent like 60 years perfecting the bicycle, but the act of doing it makes it so that I understand what I can and cannot do and keep challenging myself on what I can and cannot do. Most people just tell themselves, I can do that. So then when they decide they can do that, they decide how long it takes them. So my question is, am I going to become fluent in Chinese or Japanese if I continue to be interested in the process? The answer is, I don't know. One day, someone's going to come by and say like, hey, C++ is on the rise. Do you want to come join me? I would drop this in a heartbeat for someone else. So all the Japanese and Chinese that I've learned so far, though, will come with me. So one day I'll come back or whatnot because my lifestyle has changed with it to retain it. So forgetting things is another thing too. Like people forgetting things because they only think of whatever is important to them at the end of the road. That's kind of weird. So there are quite a lot of people who said, oh, I didn't become fluent in Japanese. So basically I just gave up and then I forgot all the Japanese I learned up to that point as well, because it's not important if I don't reach my end goal. I'm like, okay, I respect that. That's a choice you can make. It works, but if it has, say, 30% efficiency of mnemonics, isn't that unscientific based on current research and data? In life, don't we find better ways to do things than leave behind inferior stuff? Okay, maybe there's a miscommunication here, but when you use it works, you iterate on what works naturally. So it's not only not unscientific, it is the scientific basis on research and data. That is the whole, like, that is the fundamental concept of problem solving and research. You take a starting position in what you know and you expect to change its efficacy and efficiency. Now, the thing you're talking about is if you knew all of the situations in advance and predictable outcome, you would start at the best solution, which you may never know because you don't do what I just said. So if you never participate in understanding how efficiency works for you, regardless of what you do with other people's data, which have already been done, you would not be able to answer the question whether the future tool that you're about to use is good for you or efficient or useful for you, because you chose not to participate in the scientific method. So it's quite literally the opposite of what you just said, where that's the basis for scientific research. You take what you know, you test them, and see if you can change them for the better. And the stuff that you started with is not inferior stuff. It's the stuff that precedes your current stuff. So without the previous stuff, you cannot see that one is unable to perceive the differences between the prior stuff and the current stuff. So if you have no basis for relevance, then you can't know if something is 30% more efficient or not. Now, you can start in a place and trust another person that it is more efficient. And you can start there. But the odds of you being able to answer future questions about yourself is dealing with that very scientific principle. And that's comparative analysis. So when someone asks me a question about something that I would think they have the problem solving and critical thinking skills to ascertain, that's what I mean. So when I looked at Hanzahiro and WaniKani, I asked myself, will it work? Well, it will likely, very, very likely work. And how do I know this? Because Duolingo worked. And then you might be going further back and you're like, well, how do you know Duolingo is going to work to some capacity? Because for some people, they believe it doesn't work, so they avoid it, or they believe it works like crap, so it did work like crap. There's placebo and nocebo effects in this discussion, by the way. So will it work? It's like, okay, how well can I get it to work? Well, I found out. And then now I'm using WaniKani and Hanzahiro, and I'm asking myself, how well can I get it to work? So as a continuum, is Duolingo inferior to WaniKani and Hanzahiro? The answer is they're different because one happened before the other, not because they were side by side as a choice. Now, if you're sitting here and you're looking at three different choices, yes, you might be able to infer that one is inferior and one is superior. That's provided you actually have experience understanding how things work for you. Right now, you're more looking at things that are novel and new. Like a lot of people, when they're learning a new language, like a target language, they're looking at things from a lens of being new, modern strategies. So now you're asking a stranger, right, like myself, who have used it, okay, so do you think this thing that I have not tried or know about because I don't pay attention or won't want to pay attention, and then compare it to this thing, do you think these two things will be better or worse? And the answer is I can't answer that, because not only do I not know you, and I do not have an indication of if you're able to measure efficiency and use comparative analyses. I also have not read Haysek's. So I myself, no matter how experienced I am when I'm talking about things, I do not have experience with the thing. Now, what I can answer is, if I pick up Hazix, I can probably make it work. So now if someone comes up to me and say, oh yeah, Hazix, I found that it's about 40% efficient compared to Anki, which is 70% efficient for you. And it's like, okay, tell me more. May I have your background, how you measure the efficiency? Tell me more about your methodology so that I can find some ground of comparative analyses between my processes that I currently exist in my repertoire compared to yours. Because that would be the only way that I could take this person's commentary as relevant factually. Like, I respect that this person had more success with Anki than Hazix, right? That's great for them. Now they have to inform me, how did they do it? Give me the information. And if I find that it's not comparable, I still have the experience to know that. I don't think a vast majority of younger people have that experience anymore. They don't have to do that anymore because there's plenty of things out there that you can try. And my hot take is, I want to encourage all those people to try many things, because in my opinion, I believe humans have an act for doing exactly the scientific thing that you just described, which is to take whatever that is working, iterate on it, and or use it as a way to increase their efficiency over time, because the previous stuff is not inferior. It's a stepping stone to understanding where you are. Things that proceed are not inferior. They are possibly sufficient and or necessary for your current thing that you're doing. Where you want to start is awfully going to feel like it's inferior, but the principles and the theories behind learning hasn't changed. They often stay static, largely because humans don't live that long. So cue the next generation and we'll have this discussion again, where someone's going to say, well, do you think this is going to work or not? It's like, well, you're learning, right? Humans have a cyclic manner because their knowledge is written, but it's not like passed on. Their experience is not passed on. So in my opinion, it is easily the most scientific thing to do, which is, if you have time, invest in taking note of how you're learning with the thing that's currently working, whatever is working, and inject effort when it becomes low effort. So I do this, I describe this like maybe in a couple days, every once in a while when someone asks me. First, right? In the current moment, it's usually you iterate. You find something, I iterate on it. I iterate, then I repeat, which increases efficiency. Right? Efficiency. Efficiency lowers effort. So that's, now I have extra effort. So I use that extra effort to expand. And then I iterate again. And then again. And then again. So it's a cyclic thing. And how do I expand and know this? Review process. So I take something, whatever is interesting to me, even if it's 10% efficient, I start there, I iterate on it. Iteration is going to increase the efficiency. Then that lower of effort, because I'm learning something new, right? Because efficiency is very low in the beginning, because you're learning something, regardless of what it is. If you're learning a new language, it's going to be slow in the beginning because you're learning. Once you start practicing, efficiency goes up, right? Efficiency goes up and effort goes down. In the beginning, efficiency is down and effort is really high, right? So once you practice, then you get low enough effort because you're going to review, you're going to figure out, oh yeah, I can do more now. I don't need this stuff. So you can expand. So what else are you going to add? I don't know, throw in Anki. Sure. If it's juggleable. Heck, sometimes it becomes so efficient, you stop using the current thing. So if you become so efficient and you're no longer reliant on WaniKani or anything, then you just drop it entirely. You take whatever you have from it and you apply it to your new expanding thing. So that could make the first thing you start with inferior, or in other people's term, obsolete. But it wasn't obsolete when you first started. That's process-oriented thinking. It's part of the process. It's not a goal. So your goal, if you're thinking about a goal, then you're skipping to the last step and you're avoiding having to do any of this. So you don't do any of that. You just expand by looking for the next superior thing. And guess what? This works as well. Absolutely. You can get there really fast. Really fast. If you land on the correct product, choose and follow the most relatable person, and never improve on anything. You can go and bounce from the best things over and over again, and you can get there. You can become fluent in Japanese without ever learning how to problem solve through language learning. It is possible. I'm not saying it's very common, but I think it's possible, especially in the internet days today, where you can listen to someone, listen to all of their problems that they had, and if they're all similar to yours, and then you resonate with this person, they're your same age, they talk about themselves a lot, and it's like this person is you, a second you, then you can follow their stuff and you never have to solve any problems because they already solved all the problems for you. Now, are the problems the same for everyone? The answer is no. And most of the time, this is why I personally emphasize this process-oriented problem solving and critical thinking, because I don't know anyone. So when I meet a stranger, there's no way I can know about this stranger so well that I can recommend anything face value. Business people would say otherwise, and marketers and so would say otherwise. But for myself, the thing I market is this. Start with something, check it out, encourage yourself. Like, heck, if you need someone who will sit there and break it down with you, or ask you questions so that you can see if you're on the right track, that's me. I like doing that. I love being a teacher in that capacity. I love education because of that. A student says, whatever you said doesn't make sense to me. Can you explain it a different way? How about I try to explain, and my first question would be like, can you explain what you think I said? Here, please. And then we can work together on it together. Because with that skill, if that student or anybody in my life and my friend know how to solve those type of problems for themselves, it doesn't matter what I throw at them. It's like, hey, my friends, like, do you want to learn Chinese with me? It's like, cool. No concern whatsoever. I wouldn't even bother asking them what they're going to choose to do, because the likelihood is both of us are going to get together 3 months down the line, and both of us are going to have different approaches, whichever caught our eye, but we will still make progress towards our thing. And then we would compare notes. And then that's a great way to say, oh, I see what you did there. Can I borrow this part? Can you explain this part to me so I can improve on my current model? And then that other person might find something interesting about my approach, and then we exchange notes. That's scientific inquiry. That's what the scientific community does. You look at a problem that a lot of people are interested in, maybe enough people. You go at it, you find out that your approach was very different from another person's approach. Both of you publish your data. Comparative analysis happens, and then it paves the road for a new product. And lots of the stuff here that we're using now is the result of all of that, and you can start there. So Hanzahiro is great. It's actually a product of HASIX. Like, HASIX was part of the inspiration. HASIX preceded this person even. I think HASIX was alive with all these theories before Kevin was alive. So is Kevin inferior to HASIX? The answer is no. Kevin's iterating on HASIX, and it requires all of those things. Now, you might not find any of the stuff that I said valuable because it's not interesting. And I wanted to share this because that's what's most interesting to me. I enjoy taking something, the act of making things efficient can also help you in identifying what is efficient and what could be improved upon and not improved upon. So over time, when I buy a product, I'm like, well, all right, let's see if the product surprises me. And over time, it does make things not as surprising. So here's one thing that I don't find very fun and engaging anymore because it's low effort. Choosing the best product that suits me because I have a goal. If I wanted to be fluent in Japanese, for example, or be fluent in Chinese, I would not have chosen these products. Right? If, like, you might be saying, whoa, then why are you using these products? And then, you know, someone else, they're like, dude, Duolingo is garbage. It's not the ideal way to learn things. It's so unnatural. I'm like, yeah, it is, isn't it? Like, it's interesting how this is so popular. I'm kind of curious why it's so popular and whatnot. It's like, wait, what do you mean? You're not going to learn any Japanese or Chinese with that. Like, it's not going to be good for you. And I'm like, well, did you ask me what my goal was? Like, but even then, do you ask me why is it interesting? So that's kind of a self plug about the whole, like, scientific. It's out of scientific curiosity that I have came across Hanzahiro and WaniKani. It's not because I think it's the most efficient thing. And I tried to answer that same question earlier today when someone asked, does it actually work? Like, is Hanzahiro actually faster than other things? I'm like, I have no idea what you mean by other things. Could you elaborate? And it turns out the person was talking about, you know, they still used a non-specific term, but other established methods or modern strategies or bona fide strategies. Like, okay, well, I still can't answer that question. But the nice thing is Hanzahiro has a 100 character trial period. And I hope that encouraging a person to do that, they would engage in discovering what is it that is necessary or sufficient for their learning. I think that's one of those things. I have no idea how people get 30% efficiency, like 16 months fluency. In fact, fluency isn't even qualified most of the time. There's no standardization for fluency. So whenever someone uses like percentages and time, there's no breakdown of what time is. I did, by the way, if you're curious, in the 100-day review, I did do a 100-day recently, and I tried to break down the details of what I think are important to me, and that starts by qualifying retention rates, accuracies, and then interpreting what that means to me. And I'm still a novice, and I would still consider that a novice. My analytical skills are not novice, but my learning in progress is still very novice. But it's so vastly more interesting when you care about the efficacy, where efficacy comes from, as opposed to trying to find someone telling you what the maximum efficacy. Not that I don't like a great flame war between two communities, but I'm usually the observer in those things. My thought was, man, lots of people really hate Duolingo, but then lots of people really like Duolingo, and they're like all these things. I might as well use it and see what the dealie is. And then yeah, I certainly found that most of the comments with Duolingo are true. All of them, almost all of them actually, nearly all of them. And those people think that they're arguing with each other. I don't even think they're arguing with each other. Like when someone says, oh yeah, Duolingo doesn't have unnatural pronunciation, it's like, well, you don't say. Well, what does that line up with the people that say they use artificial voices? Like, yep, that's true. They're both true. And then some people are like, well, at least you get a ballpark of scalability and what it might sound like, or relatably what it sounds like. Yeah, that's true too. So that's kind of the neat thing about actually doing things. I don't know. Might not answer your question, but generally speaking, I think Hanzuhiro does fairly well. It's okay. Does it hold a candle to making all the mnemonics yourself, provided you have all the tools to do so? That's probably a step up. So if you're curious, I would throw my hat in the ring and say, making something with the language that you're trying to learn as part of your lifestyle would go a long way to making a language stay with you. So what does that look like? I write a lot. So when I write, I ask myself, how do I write this in Japanese and Chinese? Or like if I want to say how are you to someone, like a stranger, how would I say it in all the languages that I know now? Those are the applications of it. So that's for the retention part. The learning and exposure part, I think everyone and their mother and their mothers and their mothers have their own particular way of exposing input. I think input is glorified right now. Input is the focus of most things. And for myself, I kind of don't touch that at all. I like going in, whoever's interested, whoever's near me who's interested, I like just going in and seeing what I can do with it. In terms of what I actually focus on, it's lifestyle, habit formation. So most of my stuff is outside of the specific efficacies and efficiencies. My goal is, how do you do this with a smile, enjoyability, peak optimization of your lifestyle, as opposed to what you're actually learning in the language, because I think it comes as a byproduct or a consequence of making things work. One thing that people say a lot when it comes to efficacy is that the most efficient way has the highest success. I think that's often inferred. Like the less time you spend doing something, the less likely you're going to fail. And I believe, in my opinion, that is a logical fallacy. And on top of that, it also breeds the extreme perspective that you cannot enjoy the journey in any way when you're doing something quote unquote hard. I think that whole hard perspective comes in at the idea of length and time. So 16 months, I don't care if it's 15 years or 30 years. It's already part of my life. It's not like it's going to go away. So when you're operating on life skills, which I think a target language may qualify for life skill, that's largely how I phrase most things. If you can consistently do something, if this tool is consistently getting you to do something and you're finding like you're constantly engaged in it, go for it. It doesn't matter if it's 15 years or 20 years, you don't feel bad about it. Now, if there's a tool that can offer you 200 or 300% efficiency, that sounds like someone who doesn't like learning language. So kudos on finding the 400% efficiency that tells me that you don't like learning a language. You like using a language. So, I mean, you like it less. You like learning a language less than using the language. So one of the questions that I get a lot from goal-oriented people are, if you instantly got the knowledge of one of your language, which would it be? And my first thought immediately, if you want to relate to me, is, man, what about all the fun you would have learning the things and all the lessons you would learn in learning the language? So instead, I turn the question around and say, can it be not related to the language itself, but a skill involved in the language? Because the one thing I would like is having all the time in the world to do those things. So if I had a skill, is how would I would love to have the skill to maximize the amount of time that I would be participating in learning all the languages. Because if I can do that, then I don't have to pick a language. Like, I wouldn't be restricted to picking one language. I can do whatever I please. And that, to me, those are the skills that require scientific inquiry. Like, experience from scientific research challenges you to do things like that. Not necessarily pocket understand some sort of proprietary question. It's a balance, though. It's a balance. There's a little of A and B, but for me, yeah. Nah, he only provides 15 mnemonics, then tell you to come up with your own. Oh, that's great. That sounds like HASIX might be for you. It might be for a lot of people. Yeah, that's probably why HASIX work timelessly, because you're making up your own mnemonics. Yeah. If you're asking, like, does that fit everything? HASIX fits what I'm saying. If you actively participate in the creation of your own mnemonics, it raises the guarantee. It lowers efficiency, though, right? So based on that, it will likely lower your efficiency. So people don't like that, right? People like other people to make whatever for them, right? But it increases retention because you make your own mnemonics. Now, that sounds great. So some people might ask me, so why don't you use it? Like, because I'm not interested in what I want to do. I am not interested in myself as much as I'm interested in other people. I want to know what Ko writes. I want to know what this developer writes. and how it affects me. Not the other way around. I'm learning Japanese to understand how other people interact with me when I understand Japanese. I'm not learning it for my own benefit of self-expression. It's not as interesting. So for me, it's empathetic. People learn language egotistically or egocentrically. The vast majority of the people I met, they take an egocentric approach to language learning, and that's reasonable because that language learning is the purpose that gives them value. They like being fluent in Japanese because it's valuable to them in an egocentric way. They want to be fluent because they want to sound native in Japanese. I'm empathetic, as in I use WaniKani because lots of people use WaniKani and they said good things about it. I used Hanzahiro because this Kevin referenced WaniKani and Hasix at the same time while making Hanzahiro. And I use Duolingo because it's the most popular language learning app on the face of the planet right now, right? And that's from an empathetic standpoint. It's interesting figuring out what other people's ideas and if they work or not. So that might sound a little hypocritical right now, but one would say then, doesn't that mean you, as in me, have a better capacity to say if these tools work well or not? Sort of. It only works if I actually have experience with them. So the only thing I can ever say comfortably to anyone right now is I can tell you the ups and downs of what I interpret about WaniKani, Hanzahiro, and Duolingo, and that's it. I can make predictions about others, but without experience, it would be like a businessman selling you snake oil. I wouldn't do that. I think that's highly egocentric. So if I go around saying whatever my results is the results you will get by association, that is egocentric. That is suggesting that whatever you did is relevant very confidently to other people, and I have no idea how relevant my experience is. The best thing I can ever do is what I'm doing this very moment, and is to explain my thinking and my logic as clearly as possible to anyone who is curious about it. So it's interesting. I think the whole idea of optimizing language learning is so wonderful as to people who want to participate in problem solving. The same people who make your great theories about secondary language acquisition, I'm behind them. I like that places around the world could encourage secondary language as a form of enrichment for children growing up and even adults. It provided that they are committed to learning how to problem solve. Otherwise, pragmatically speaking, no, I would not have a very strong argument. If someone says, nah, I'm not interested in learning how to solve problems and finding out how to learn again and whatever works well for my adult mind, I just want to learn Japanese fluency without improving on that. And my pragmatic mind is like, you don't have to. Just go to Japan and use English. To me, and this is super biased, the most valuable experience for a young person and possibly an older person if they care enough still, is the process that I just talked about. Look at something, hey, it looks pretty cool. Let's use it for a month. And it's like, okay, I think I know that this tool has taught me these certain things work. All right, now off to the next one, or I could continue using this one. Let's go pick out another tool and do this, because adults no longer do that. I think the adults, even in the European, especially in the European education system, they learn how to specialize so early in their life that they probably have a route set out by the age of 16. So in my opinion, they don't do these anymore, unless you have decided to enter a scientific field or a discovery field. That discovery field requires you to do that as much as possible as an adult. Now, when you're a child, you hope that school caused you to do that. And having a child needing to learn 2 different languages, that often creates opportunity for that. And in my opinion, it is the most valuable, one of the most valuable skills. Again, incredibly biased, but the ability to problem solve and critically think involves something that answers so many questions. And I have met some of these people for some time, and their questions are very different. They are able to explain what their thought process is, having considered their choices. Like, why Hay6? Why do you think Hay6 might be the result of this? Why do you think, or how, and in what way you might be able to think about its relevance in language learning? That's kind of the neat part. Like when someone tells me, oh, just preach immersion, I'm like, can you give me an explainer as to why you're preaching immersion? Because I would love to hear it. And then perhaps you would stay long enough to ascertain why or the hows of what I think about immersion, right? Academic curiosity. All right, anyways, thank you again for the question if you're still here, and but you can always watch this later. Thanks again. Opportunities. Okay. Few grain. How does few grain work? This is still a lesson, right? Something like counting. I have no idea anymore. Look. Oh, the BO thing with the seconds? Yeah, BO is not really relatable to me. They count the grains because the grains is in the hourglass, right? Grains are in the hourglass. Antiperspirant. Second. Okay. Betsujin.
別人
No mnemonics for this, but it's gonna be something about genes, right? Separate genes. So other people, different. I guess different people. Works. Different person. Betsu betsu.
別々
How did this work? So separate. Separately. Yeah, makes sense. All right, how many? Oh, we got a lot. We better get rolling. I think the lessons are gonna roll back around. Oh, this is 特别. 特别. What is 特别 in Japanese? Which is special as well. 特别. Toku. Tokubetsu. Tokubetsu. Oh my gosh. Tokubetsu. Tokubetsu sounds so terrible.
特別
Oh my gosh, it is Tokubetsu.
特別
Doesn't sound great. It doesn't flow very well, but that's fine. To work well. Profit. Profit-ku. Means to profit when you make it into a verb, though it means to work well. If you think about it, when something works well, you make a profit. Okay. Be possible to be how to profit. To be possible to be effective to profit. Speaking of efficacy and possibilities, I don't have a kun for you. So what is it?
聞く
The key to success. So what works so well? Your special key that unlocks anything and anyone and anything's potential. I like it. The potential to profit. Key. All right. The key to success. The key to possibilities and efficacy is problem solving and critical thinking. Escalator. Okay, so escalator and thread. Interesting. Level. There are pieces of thread on each escalator showing you what level they go to in your school. Each escalator takes you to a different grade, so you make sure. Each thread. Okay. I can get behind this. Yo. Q. You want to see that the highest level is, so you're going the wrong escalator. Oh, here comes the cucumber. At the top, you find a giant cucumber. A teacher came over and says, "Excuse me, this is advanced level cucumber studies. I don't think you're at this level yet." Oh, the cucumber. The cool cucumber. I like it. I like it. Oh. I see. Coal Q. Neat. Oh. First Q. So what is this? Show Q. And then middle Q. Oh, okay. Chew Q. Makes sense. Alright. Those are pretty useful cues. Bendy? Bendy.
便利
It's fine. Bendy is bendy.
Bendy.
We're moving along. Great efforts. Just a toil plus power. Okay, so you toil using your strength, and you're putting in great effort. Speaking of relevance, great effort. Grueling effort. Exertion. Okay. Oh, wait. We already have this. Newly. Yeah, this is newly for making great efforts. Newly in Chinese. Newly. Great effort. Then that's self-explanatory, provided there's no shenanigans. We have to decide on Riki or Roku. It's probably Roku. So Doroku. Doroku sounds good.
努力
Doryoku. I mean
努
Doryoku.
力
努力
I caught the Ri stronger in Doryoku. Alright. Neat. Escalator. Q level. Profit is to what? Son of a bee sting. To work well. What is working? Oh, good.
聞く
Good. Okay. And then I didn't even look. Oh yeah. Never mind. Just kidding. No kubets. Ah. Oh, tokubetsu.
特別
Tokubetsu. Oh, which is special. Ryoku. Oh. Ryoku.
努力
Doryoku. Bendy.
便利
Convenient. Manual labor. Okay. I see the work and the labor put together, I guess. Fine. Or labor or work. Okay, that's fine. We're good. Manual labor. Manual labor. Do. Dodo.
労働
Rodo. Oh, it's going
労
up.
働
Rodo. Okay. Alright, that's fine. Rodo. A laborer makes sense. So let's say Rodosha.
労働者
Oh, it goes a little bit down early. Rodosha.
労働
労働者
Rodosha. Okay. Self-explanatory. War. Wait. Oh, conflict and war are two different. Okay. We have simple and drunkard. Well, a simple drunkard starts a war. Yeah. Starting a war. Imagine what it. Yes. Sen. The simple drunkard started a war with the centaurs. Alright, that's fair. This is especially unfortunate because the centaurs are really good at battle because they're all automatically cavalry troops. Oh, you have both of them together. Ah, Senso. Senso, indeed. Okay. Senso is good enough. Remember that. Seashore. Well, we got coast and sea. We have onyomi, so suigan would be interesting.
海岸
Kaigan, not sui. Kaigan, whoops, that's not water.
海岸
海岸
Just kidding. I was thinking of water. My bad. Release. It's a su. So this is transitive. Well, probably transitive. And I do not have. Do I? No.
話す
Anasu. Oh, really? Anasu.
話す
Oh my god, is Hanasu. Interesting. Does the word consist of kanji? Right. You didn't learn. Here's a new mind. Imagine you're going to release something. It is a hana to release the flowers. You release it from your hands and it falls hitting the ground. So you have the power to release and you're going to do the releasing. Versus anaderu, where something is just released. Yeah. And you can remember this because even if you're releasing what you're going to sue the pavement company for breaking your flower. It's all a big scam you're running. Wow. Anasu, really? Hey, we have two Hanasus. I'm not sure the pitch accent is the same. The pitch is the same for Hanasu. Huh. Ne? Rodo.
労働
Rodo. Or just labor. We'll use labor. And war. Rodo.
労働者
話す
Anas.
Kaigan
Aigan. Oh, we gotta book it. It's time to book. To open something up. Open, release to open something. Okay, fair enough. Transitive, because there's a sudo. Oftentimes sudos are transitive. Okay, to open something up, to throw something open. Interesting, to open, okay. Kaiho suru.
解放する
解放する
Unexpectedly does not rendaku. You think it should rendaku. No, I wouldn't because of suru. But interesting. Alright. To pour. Do not have. I think this is like Susugu or something. No, maybe it's something else.
注ぐ
Sosogu. Dang it. I keep thinking Susu, but it's Soso. You are going to pour some sauce. Sosu. Sosu. Soso. But I know sauce. Also Tsugu. Interesting.
注ぐ
Sosoku is the one
Sosogu.
I'm more familiar.
継ぐ
継ぐ
Alright. Just gotta take it. Also. Compete. Double stands, duking it out with older brothers. Okay, alright. So let me guess. Stand on your older brother. Now stand on your older brother again. You wish to stand on and above your older brother. You compete over and over again to stand on top of your older brother. I mean, you could be competing with someone else. Two people are competing and standing on their older brother. That's fine. How do we get to it? You compete with your older brother because only one of you may go to Kyoto. Oh, it's Kyoto. Whoever stands on top, okay. That's fine. I'm okay with Kyoto. How does this work? Oh. Kyoso. Oh, that's where the compete comes from. A boat race. Okay. Alright. Order. Intriguing. Or writing? Or order? Oh no. This is gonna be a tough one. You pour writing onto a form. You're filling out this form to order something new for yourself. It's formal. Oh, it's a formal request to get this new thing. Imagine it being something you're excited about ordering right now, and imagine yourself ordering by pouring it onto an order form. Oh wait, but I do know this one to some extent. Yeah,
注文
chumon. Chumon suru. The request. Oh, in the post office unit. Chumon. Yeah.
注文
注文
Do they have chumon suru? Maybe not.
注文
Sworn. Anyways. Okay.
注文
Fine. Oh. Okay, pour writing into
注文
onto a form. Okay. I pick something up, that makes sense. Transitive. And we got nothing here, right? Pick up. Oh wait, hiro. It might just be hiro
拾う
because it's
Hiro.
kun, right?
拾
Hiro.
う
Alright.
注ぐ
Goku. Okay.
解放する
Kaiho suru.
注文
Jumon. Oh, actually, I didn't look at. Oh, they just say it's the other one. Okay, that's fine. There are actually two for this. It's Bun and Mon, but they didn't decide to write which one. Fine. It's fine.
拾う
You know. Alright. Finger to point. Ah, single finger to point. And it's Sue. So probably transitive. That's fine. To point with your finger. And we don't have a kun for this. Sasu.
刺す
Oh, here comes the saw. You are pointing at something in fear. It is the saw. Okay. Thing is, you're pointing at a saw with a missing finger. It just got cut off. And you're freaking out trying to... Okay. Got you. Sasu. And then finger. There's no way this is going to be she. Right? Or is it she?
指
Yubi, of course. Finger. Yubi.
指
What do you use your finger for most? For pointing, of course. Imagine going up to people and saying, what will you be when you grow up? Point your finger at the next person. Okay. A fingerless person that's pointing at a saw coming at you. Right? Good. Root and drop. I feel like I got this recently. In Hanzo Hero. A drop of water to a root is good. It's good for the roots to grow and thrive. Okay. I got you. Yo, a good way to get a lot of drop of water is to row your boat. Roots is to buy a rowboat and then collect the middle and plunk all the roots into the middle of the source. Oh, okay. I got you. Do we have anything that doesn't use kunyomi? No, of course not. To a point. Interesting. Take a finger and determine. Is this the same as elect? No. It might be, actually. Sort of. I can't read the left. But ding. Right? Ding. When you determine and use your finger to point at someone or something, you're going to appoint them. Just imagine yourself determining who's the best of the job, then pointing with your finger. This is who you appoint. The suru on the end makes it a verb. Yeah, it translates as appointment. That's yeah.
指定する
Shite suru, which makes sense.
指定する
No, Western style. Got it. Western style. Add fu to it. Ooh. So what do we have here? Yofu. Right.
洋風
Yofu.
洋風
We're good. It's fine. Oops.
指
Yubi. Oops. What happens when you point? Oh,
刺す
that's it. Hmm.
指定する
Shite suru.
洋風
Yofu. Alright. Clothing. Yeah. Western clothing, though. Fine. Western clothing is just Western clothing or clothing. Or Western clothing. But nowadays, yeah, Japanese people wear Western clothing, so it just means clothes. So, yofuku.
洋服
Yeah.
洋服
Alright. Pacific Ocean makes sense. So, fat, flat, ocean. Or, yeah, because that also means ocean. Right. So, Thai. Oh, but what are we using? Maybe Thai he. Yo. It could be completely kunyomi. We'll find out.
太平洋
Thai yo.
太平洋
Going
太
down.
平洋
Okay, Thai yo. Fair enough. Western food makes sense. Yoshoku.
洋食
洋食
Fair enough. We're really hitting this stuff now, huh? Yoshitsu.
洋室
洋室
Okay. All of those make sense. Especially. Yeah, special. Especially. Particularly. We do not have, unless they keep toku.
特に
Okay, tokuni.
特に
Pretty sure this is a rendaku, right? I mean, not a rendaku, an oyomi. Yeah. So, so lots of these things ends up being keeping the oyomi. Interesting. Okay. Okay.
洋食
Yoshoku.
洋服
Yonfuku. I forgot to add an E. Or that's fine. Clothing. Taiheyo.
太平洋
洋室
Yoshitsu. Western style. Oh my gosh, dude. It's fine. I know that also means like west room, but that's fine. It's fine. Uh
特に
Tokuni. Especially. Or specially. Fuben. Yeah, Fuben. Not convenient.
不便
不便
Fair enough. Bencho. Oh wow. There's it. Or it could be Bencho, but maybe not. It is a she. We'll just say Bencho, right? A convenient facility is a restaurant.
便所
Benjo. Dang it. It's right. Rendaku, yeah.
便所
便所
Benjo is one of 4 places in WaniKani, your friendly neighbor, where okay, it's very unlikely, but yeah, Benjo, one of the few. 4 places, huh? Only 4 places. We already have 2 of them. To work, makes sense. Work plus ku is work. Don't have
働く
Ataraku. You didn't learn. Okay, if you are as mad as a hatter, Atara. Okay, hatter, Atara, you need to work very hard to regain your sanity. You know, the hatter from. Oh, I do like my proper nouns though. Hatter, Atara, Ataraku. Okay.
働
働く
Okay. I feel like I've seen this before. Yes. Ain't no way this is me. Me is on
味
Aji.
味
Oh, that Aji. Oh yeah, yes, Aji. Like we talked about flavor of ice cream. Aji. No, ice cream no aji. Right? No aji. Chocolate. I don't even know how to say chocolate. Right? Chocolate. Yes? Okay. You may have the ability to taste things down. Just wait until you get up there in age, Aji. You'll find that the taste and flavor you once like will become bland. Yes and no.
味
Aji. They just taste different sometimes. An ally. Flavor direction. The flavor of this direction is one you'll follow. I'd like to follow and go in along with you. You have a good flavor and you're going to the good direction. You'll be my ally. I'll be your support. All right. Okay. Mikata.
味方
Okay.
味方
Alright. Ally is gonna be a little struggle tomorrow.
便所
Benjo. Okay.
働く
Ataraku.
不便
Uben.
味
Aji.
味方
Ata. Okay. Basics. Oh, we're down to the last 3. Alright, cool. Basics. First, your walk. Your heck. The first thing you walk through when you learn something new will always be the basics. Or to walk is a very basic function. You never start by running. You always have to start slow and work your way through the ABCs before you start to run. Oh, interesting. So what we're looking at, first walk, basics. Basics. And then we're looking at... I feel like there's a Dendaku moment here. So... Sho? Maybe like Shopo. Nah, Shoho sounds fine.
処方
Shoho.
処方
It sounds fine. The West. Western style. Alright, that's fair. There's a place you'll hear say you're from if you live in Canada or something. Okay. Seyo.
西洋
西洋
Seyo. And different, betsu, just different. Betsu.
別
Yeah.
別
Okay. Neat. Neat.
西洋
Seyo.
処方
Shoho.
別
Betsu. I think we're hitting our stride now with like how quickly we can wrap through these. All right, so we do have 4 things today. Let's get through it. I'm a little late today. That's all right. So let's get through our monics. Orders, humble, older brother, escalator, drunkard, skin, root, sound, view, simple, blackjack, crash, bear. And then we got go over our keywords here. So together. Kyoto. Right? Kyoto. Sword. Sword, drunkard, saber. Mayflower. Play until dawn, morning with fish. Muck. Hashi. Makashi. Skin hit you. Ha. trash, moon, raise, nurture, iku. I like that one, using Japanese for as a Japanese mnemonic. Humble gods. When you're humbling oneself. We're gonna skip that. A little light right now. Few, grain, BO. Escalator, level, cucumber. Bear, scooter, obi. Simple, drunkard, starting a war. Centaur. Compete, older brother, competing so that you get Kyoto. Root in row. Order, ray gun, ray. Idea. Okay. Sound of the heart. Eagle. And then what happened here? Oh, Shin. Shin and Son of a beast thing, Shin and something. We'll just stick with Shin for now. Yeah, we'll stick with Shin for now. We'll get it with vocabulary. It's like get on your all the way on your shin, then on your stomach. But what was the other one? Now I gotta know. It was shin and jean. Oh, your jeans all dirty or something. Okay, you're wearing jeans. Okay. Yeah, I'm wearing jeans. Okay. Okay, so let's do our reads. Dare. Dare. So. Naka. Then. Yo. Ho. Se. Yo. I. Te. Sho. Retsu. Ri. Do. Ro. Me. Gan. Ho. Mukashi. Ha. Chu. Ku. Wait, actually, is it ku? Oh. Ku. Shi. No, not shi. I keep doing that. Hiro. Yo Shin Jin Yo Kyu O Then Yo Yo O Goku Then Then Do Re I Mi. Okay. So we got mouth and investigate / tone. Oh. Yeah. Right. I'll check it tomorrow. It's fine. So why was this? Oh, because of here, this one. Kucho. Yeah. And this is tone. Beforehand. In me plus me. How did this work? Beforehand. Arak. Arakaji. So arakajime, which is beforehand. And we have lack. Lack plus ka. Su. This is ka. Akasu. You do without. Just usually a negative. And it was actually this. Fairly rare. Request Miru. Request. Oh, not. I'm gonna have to check this. It might be the corner thing, but let's do this first. This is to request something. It's motomeru. Yes, the heckin' neighbor's cat. Moto. Let's look up two things. Cho and moto. I think they're down here. Dang it! It's not old, it's dirt. Okay, toll. And then quest. Do we have a search bar? Oh, it's right next to it. Oh, it's okay, okay. Yep. All right. I can. Wait, I'm not. I think it's soil. It's soil. Oh my gosh, my pen doesn't want to. Oh my goodness. Good enough. All right. Well, that's a wrap for today. Got a chance to talk about my easily one of my current popular topics, which is the idea of efficacy, right? Efficacy, efficiency, and all that stuff. Interesting. Very interesting about the 16 month duration. Certainly not going to meet whatever that is. The whole 16 month thing. Interesting. 4,000 characters in 16 months. What the heck is heck? Anyways. Alright. There you have it. Bit of our WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this, say arigatou gozaimasu, right? As always, so feel free, always welcome. Stop on by, drop a question, drop your hot takes, you know, ask the questions, stay for the discussions, right? So for those who are only interested in Japanese, minasan mata ne. I am going to get up, take a quick bathroom break. I'll be back for Hazuhiro. Thank you, thank you.